Sorry, I think this is my my internet. Apologies. Okay, let's see if we can start again. Hopefully you all managed to finish one. So we'll start again and try and get through recitation 2 and 3. Okay, from the top. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Things there are from life-threatening diseases that, like body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms, will be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemics, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Day. All embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, good health and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the unfallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So with a strong wish for the benefit to reach far and wide all sentient beings, we can use the dedication as recommended for this time, but increase more and more to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thoughts, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Dedication for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. To meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, may I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Lama Sandrapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And the next verse is very nice. So, to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And to become wish-fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And a dedication for anyone that has contact with us, by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And seal all the merits with emptiness, so that they don't get destroyed by anger if we get angry, due to all the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is empty of existing from its side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then the dedication from the King of Prayers. So this is so it said that we dedicate all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dedicated, then merits of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exist. So that's what these two verses do. They're very nice. Dedicate all these verses to Manta Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, but the dedication praises the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Okay, we have 1 minute. Let's see. Okay, skip down. We have 1 minute. Okay, quickly. For His Holiness, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, being incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life, but only your holy wishes be fulfilled. Still a few seconds. Use your moral ways that is bearable, sustaining, preserving, and spreading magic of myself as disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you. And yeah, now we have the next session.
Hello, Venerable Deshin. How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Not too bad. You had a few technical hiccups on the line, but that's okay. It's there to challenge us. I always say if we don't hear certain words, we're not meant to hear them at the time. Always.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, how are you? You keeping well? Where are you based?
I'm actually in Italy, so I'm in Pomaya
Nice.
at the moment.
All
yeah,
right.
I've been the whole time.
So you know Venerable Clive. I think
yes, I do. Yeah, I'm with him because he's in the UK right now.
Cheeky bugger. I thought he was on retreat. Anyway, I remember when he went over, he struggled with the heat. He's like, oh, it's so hot. Of course, the Italians leave Italy in August, don't they? It's too hot. And it's just the silly folk that turn up in the heat. But no. So, yeah, so I hope you have a lovely time. You know, you got a nice setting for it anyway. And have they started the monastery? Have they put the stone down yet? Did they lay the foundation?
Not yet. Not yet. No, not yet. We still have another permit to get. So there's another little thing to do, which hopefully will happen soon.
Yeah,
it will happen. It will happen.
You know,
but yeah, not yet.
I think you got the right mayor for now, which helps you along.
Well, that's the thing, and there are elections soon, so we're really hoping to get either that the same person gets re-elected or that we just get everything in before the elections.
I keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Have
you
a
so
lovely
much.
evening, Veneration. See you again. Thank you very much.
Well, I might listen to yours, so if my
Oh,
internet doesn't.
crikey.
Okay.
Oh, no pressure then. Oh, crikey. Good evening, everybody. My name is Damchu. I'm based in the UK, and it's wonderful to see Veneration. I don't think we had face-to-face contact yet anyway, so it's really nice to see new faces in the prayerathon. Hello, Lars. How are you? And I see Chenrezig's there. Who I've got in Chenrezig today? Is it still Tim, or has there been a shift change? And
Hello.
hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you going?
So you're watching after me and all the rest.
Yes, it's good to see you.
Oh, nice. See, you always have the nice setting, you know? Always the Chenrezig in the background. I like it. Anyway. No, thank you very much for looking after us. You know, again, we can't appreciate enough. We always look at the people that we see on screen. We go like, oh yeah, these are the ones, you know. But again, you know, for every face you see, there are quite a few people who make it possible for us to be here, be it the tech team, the admin, the PR guys, the people that just, you know, join in. You know, you see one face, you might just see a picture in the background, and there could be gompas full of people, there could be communities joining. So it is far reaching, and some of the feedback that we're getting seem to suggest that as well, so which is wonderful. So you know, although it might seem sometimes a bit lonely, you never know who's listening in. So thank you everyone who's been joining us. Thank you everyone who's been here from earlier sessions. Thank you for everyone who's staying on for further sessions. So thank you. Okay. So I better calm my mind. I've been talking too fast and too much. Okay. So if we take a few deep breaths, just to calm the mind and our breathing, find a nice, warm, comfortable space within. And if we think about why we're here in this particular session, for the Sangha member, it's easy. Lama Zopa has instructed us to do these sessions every Saturday for 24 hours until the pandemic ends. So that could be in for a long haul. But then, you know, what is one lifetime in many? So that's probably the way we have to look at it. In the scheme of things, it's just a speck of dust, and we're already in about 3 months. So it's not going too bad. You may be here because you want to engage more with the practice. You may be here because you either have suffered through the pandemic yourself, ill health, social, economic impact. You may have had family members being ill or those that passed away. You have been maybe caring for someone. And again, when we look at frontline staff, as Geshe Dashet Tsang was reminding us when he was doing a talk on Medicine Buddha this afternoon, he sort of said, you know, it's also the cleaners. We keep forgetting about the cleaners. We keep forgetting about the people in the background, the people that make the food, the people that keep us safe, the supply chains. Everything is interconnected. And we are totally interconnected. We are not just one. We're just one of many. You know, many cells make one body. We're not saying this one cell in my finger is more important than the cell in my toe. And we need to keep an eye on that. We are ultimately one community. And as Shantideva says in The Way of the Bodhisattva, since I and others, being both in wanting happiness, are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should strive to have my bliss alone? And he continues, since I and others both alike, in fleeing, suffering are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should save myself and not the others? We are one, we're interconnected. There is no difference. We all want happiness. We are one entity. And, you know, if we consider that, if we consider us to be on par in what we actually want, then we can also consider a line from the King of Prayers. May I always have the friendship of those whose paths are like mine. If we all want to be free from suffering and disease, and we all want happiness, are we not sharing this path? And with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. So if I work for my benefit to be happy, then surely my activities should also be of benefit to make other people happy. Those that shout the loudest at us are the ones suffering the most. Doesn't Shantideva say, may I be the doctor and the nurse? No, may I be the doctor and the medicine. May I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world until everyone is healed. We do have an obligation, not just to ourselves. If we are cranky, we make life misery for others. Is that what we want? Do we want them to suffer because we suffer? Or do we want them to be happy because it's nicer to be with people who are happy? Within the Sangha community, the monastics and the lay people and the practitioners, we may also look then at the community aspect. In the Heart Sutra, it says, a great community of monks and bodhisattvas. Okay. It's an old text, for those who are politically correct, monks, nuns, lay people. We can all include them, but just look at the line of a great community of like-minded people. So ultimately, all we want is to be of benefit. And the purpose of these prayer sessions that we do, as instructed by Lama Zopa, is to let not only people know that we're thinking of them, that they don't have to feel lost and forlorn, but also that we engage in our own practice to the extent that we don't just recite words, but actually take a meaningful act. In medical terms, we know that a positive outlook has benefits to the recovery of patients. How we achieve that, be it through prayers, song, dance, surgery, everybody takes it slightly different. And what might seem very little to us and the change that occurs, for somebody who lost the use of legs, suddenly can walk with crutches. That's a big step. For us, it still might be seen as a hindrance. All is relative. So when we do the practice this evening, in these sessions, and you have me for another one after that, let's bear in mind that we are all one. We are one family. Often in religious scriptures, or even in non-religious, refer to the human family, our brothers and sisters in faith, brothers and sisters in that, fraternity brothers, that sort of stuff. So let's be a family. Let's make sure everyone is happy. Everyone gets the meal they need. There are a lot of discussions right now whether refugees should be treated differently to those that are, in a position that have it, have the benefit of food. Surely the need of those suffering is greater than that of our own when we can share resources. If we visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of Avalokiteshvara, or 1,000-armed Chenrezig, 4,000-armed, whichever image you prefer, or whatever initiation you have. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If you haven't had the generation, visualize the Guru deity in front of you. Those of you who join us out of interest, and maybe not for particular religious or faith reasons, but still want to take part, visualize a clear light, either just in front of you, about 5 feet in front, or on top of the crown of your head. And let that light radiate in all directions, carrying with it warmth, love, and compassion. And that light reach in all 10 directions, finding infinite numbers of sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever realm they're in. And let the light beam enter their bodies and fill them with that love, compassion, and purifying essence, reaching to the furthest corners of their bodies, covering every space, every atom, the space between those atoms, providing loving, cleansing essence, clearing away all delusions and negative karma from past lifetimes. And see, visualize how their bodies are filled to the extent that the bodies can hold no more themselves, and light bursts out. Any surplus positive energy, light leaves their bodies, spreading into the 10 directions. Again, meeting numberless sentient beings, and light beams are being exchanged between all those sentient beings, giving and taking, regenerating positive, purifying energy, filling the entire space with love, compassion, and purity. And we think of these beings as our mothers of past lifetimes and future lifetimes still to come. And likewise, we have been mothers to those beings in the past, present, and future. And we want them to be happy, healthy, and have the eternal bliss that is free from suffering. And we're holding on to that thought as we invite them in to approach the Guru deity, to be freed from that suffering, and we invite them to take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited these mother beings to join us, to approach the Guru deity and go for refuge, the Guru deity is pleased, smiling upon us with great love and compassion. And we can feel how the light beams of purity and Guru essence increase to intensify our pure state as well. And as we recite the Amani mantra, we hold on to that thought. We visualize how that energy keeps swelling and swelling up in our bodies, bursting out and sharing that energy with all other sentient beings, recognizing that the reasons we are here in this physical form is due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind of past lifetimes, keeping us in this samsaric state. And in order to achieve the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity, we need to acquire love and compassion and wisdom. And wisdom and compassion are represented by Mani and Padma, combining them in Hum, and only through the combination can we pacify and clear away all negativity of past lifetimes of body, speech, and mind to attain the holy body, speech, and mind. As I have 2 sessions, I'm not going to rush through to finish that half-hour slot. We take our time, and we might do a few more recitations than I normally would try and squeeze in the half hour. So let's visualize the light like a glorious sunrise, filling the darkness of the space, filling us with warmth, love, compassion for all. There cannot be partial love and compassion. There can only be total compassion for all sentient beings, friend or foe. A foe is only somebody we haven't got to know yet. Oh, Mane. So the great love of compassion of the Guru Deity, our taking refuge and leading all other sentient beings to the Guru Deity to be liberated from their suffering. The great compassionate gesture of the Guru, may all our defilements now be purified of past lifetimes, all negative karma, delusions, obstructions, and may we hold on to their pure state for as long as we can, based on our practice and our own karma, made for the next few seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, lifetimes. For as long as we can, may we always be pure, so that we be of benefit to others at their hour of need. And we hold on to their purity as we recite the main prayer of the session, liberating Sakya from disease. The origins of the prayer go back many centuries, when one of the great Sakya monasteries was savaged by a pandemic, and all practices, pujas, offerings, etc., did not bear any difference. And the monastery was on the edge of annihilation. And Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo made the space offering, recited many manis, and then the main prayer, upon which his dedication, the pandemic ceased with immediate effect. We may ask ourselves whether we're good enough to have the same impact as Thangtong Gyalpo. He was a great master, and we may just be at the beginnings of our path, trying to get to grips with our own practices. But then His Holiness once said, and is often quoted, if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. We know that feeling, that constant buzzing. And it's the little things that can make the big difference. What good is a car if you've got to put the screws on the wheels? The wheel comes off, the car's totaled. Even the small parts can make a heck of a difference to the outcome. Even if we as individuals can only contribute a small amount, collectively as a community, many small amounts add up to much more. Even the oceans, although seen as one body, consist of many drops. So don't underestimate what you have to offer. Inside, we all have the Buddha nature. And we just need to keep dusting it off and polishing it and bring it back out and believe that we can find it. Not give up because we've got dirty hands when we polish the brass. So when we recite this prayer, and because we have a little bit more time in this session, we're going to do about 7 or so recitations of that main prayer. Feel from the bottom of your heart that your requests to affect the pandemic in a way that it ceases, that those that are sick are being healed, that those who have passed away will have a fortunate rebirth, that those that have been affected negatively are being overworked, having lost their work, having faced social, economic impact, that they may find a way back to happiness, to life that gives them the comfort they need in whatever form is required. Just wish them well and wish them happiness, free from suffering. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last one, and really bring it in from the depth of your heart, full of love and compassion, strong desire to really eliminate the effects of the pandemic, the waves coming, Maybe be like a sea defense, keeping the waves of samsaric oceans at bay and pacify their impact, on the life, along the coast. Maybe be safe. Maybe be saved. Maybe be freed from the suffering and reach the state of happiness that is freed from suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of this world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. If you visualize, having made all these prayers and requests from the bottom of our heart, that purifying energy send across the land, throughout the realms, reaching every sentient beings, freeing it from the effects of the pandemic and any source of suffering. And if we have done enough as a collective, then hopefully the pandemic has ceased. If not, it's like taking antibiotics. If we don't take the full course, it has no effect, and we become resistant. So we keep on looking after ourselves, looking after our body, the body of sentient beings which we're part of. We wish them all the very best. Long lives, free life, free from suffering. That all these sentient beings may ultimately reach enlightenment. Okay. And, doing the dedications. Maybe dedicate all the merits that we have accumulated in this session, in previous sessions, in previous lifetimes, and future lifetimes still to come, not just the sessions that we, and the merits that we have accumulated ourselves, those that we help generate, and the merits of all the Buddhas and sentient beings across the 10 directions and the 6 realms. May we dedicate that to their benefit, so that every being may be freed from suffering, may meet the Buddha Dharma, and always be near precious teacher, spiritual friend for many, many eons to come. May we be the cause for those beings to find ultimate happiness and well-being. May we be of service to them, not for our own sake alone, but for theirs whose need is greater than ours. Compassion, may our compassion never show any boundaries. although it may be very difficult in the current climate, looking at some of our global leadership, the way they're behaving. But then we may be critical if you consider the wrathful deities, like a strict parent putting us back into place. That does not mean they don't love us. When they're firm with us, it's not without love, it's not filled with hatred. It is done for the benefit of us. May we dedicate to all these wonderful beings that enable us to practice right now. May we be grateful for the communities that we live in, those that support us, those that teach us. And even though we might look at somebody with dislike, that person is teaching us more than a friend ever will. That person is teaching us patience and reflecting on our own actions. What has the person done to us that we feel so negative about them? Are we not just projecting our own insecurities at them? So these beings, teach us a lot. They will challenge us more than our friends sometimes will. So we should be grateful to those. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha around the world, dedicating the activities to the Dharma, to liberating themselves for the benefit of all sentient beings, guided by the precious teachers, supported by the precious lay people, the benefactors, who give their time, money sometimes freely, the families who not always understand why we do what we do, yet support, wholeheartedly, like a parent supporting a child. Why this sport? Why not this? May we dedicate to our very precious teachers who have enabled us to find the path, who held our hands for the first few steps along the way, the teachers we met alongside, on our travels, who have shared their wisdom with us. May they always be our virtuous friend in this lifetime and future lifetimes to come. May we dedicate particularly to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for his life in exile has brought the Dharma to the West. And as Ling Rinpoche said on his visit to London a couple of years ago, Rinpoche thinks that those of us in the West practicing the Dharma are Tibetans reborn in free countries, so that they may practice the Dharma. With that comes great responsibility when we engage in the Dharma practice. And again, it shows that we have been very fortunate if Rinpoche sees us that way. May be very grateful to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose vision and instructions have made us sit down, not just quietly in a corner, reciting mantra after mantra, do this, do that. Yes, okay. But actually saying, no, there's a pandemic. Now sit down, do something, engage, make it meaningful, be there. What are 24 hours once a week? Once you enlighten, you have much more work to do. True. May all our precious gurus have long lives. May their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we always bathe in the light of compassion and love. And may we never be far from their guidance in future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. We have a few more minutes to go because I've run it slightly different this week, but that's perfectly all right. So I would like to take the opportunity to recite a few malas of the Tara mantra with you, and wholeheartedly dedicate the Tara mantra to His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, who advised the recitation of the mantra in the first place. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. 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 Om 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 Tare Ture Soha. Thank you everybody who joined online, be it in Zoom or with YouTube. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting, not just people. Okay, I was just thinking about what I said earlier. So it's not just the people in the media, it's not just the people in the tech, the people that recite, it's also the people in the background that we haven't really mentioned, the cleaners, those who keep Chenrezig fed and everybody else. So thank you very much over there. Thank you very much. Who have we got here? We got Lars. Hello, Lars. Ben Fab is here. Hello, Paloma. How are you? Pleased to meet you, Venerable. The one is here as well. Oh, look, you're all here, Venerable Ken. It's wonderful. It's great. It's it's been an interesting day. It's been a very enjoyable day, I have to say. So I nearly missed my own slot this morning. How embarrassing is that for the man who keeps the time, eh?
Good. Good. So lucky.
Oh, bless you. So without further ado, your audience awaits you, Venerable Fabio.
Thank you.
Have a lovely evening. Take care, guys. See you next week. Bye-bye.
See you.
See you, Venerable Teshin.
Thank you. Paloma,
Hello.
¿qué es lo que ha dicho al final que no me he enterado?
Pues así, yo del todo tampoco, ¿y tú, Fabio?
Pues
Que
yo he
ha sido un día muy
entendido.
bueno.
¿Eh?
Que ha sido un día muy bueno, ha dicho, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí, lo que pasa es que me ha hecho mucha gracia porque cuando me ha visto, como me he cortado el pelo, dice, oh, you look very holy, ¿no? Como pareces muy santo. Y con las luces y los lamas y el pelo.
Pero de todas formas decía algo así que había sido un día muy bueno.
Sí.
Y no sé si es que ha dicho que ha llevado esta mañana algunas sesiones y ahora otras.
No, que le faltaban espacios por llenar, pero que al final se han llenado todos.
Ah, vale. Es que esa es la parte que no he cogido. Bueno, aquí estamos chateando la Sangha española para la audiencia que estáis por ahí.
Es que nos están contando cosas y no nos enteramos.
Claro.
Ahora que no nos oye nada, podemos hablar de lo que sea, ¿no?
Agili, si queremos. Bueno,
a menudo.
Un saludo para todo el mundo en YouTube que nos está viendo medio planeta. En especial creo que se está conectando México, así es que un saludo para ellos.
¡Órale!
Los gachupines también, hombre. Viva México y también los gachupines. Venga.
Y Colombia, también creo que hay gente de Colombia.
Bueno.
Sí, ¿eh? Venga, vamos a ponernos formales. Fabio, contrólanos, que tú eres el que lleva la marcha hoy.
Eso, ya que son las 21:00, seriedad.
Todavía nos queda, ya tenemos que empezar, qué pena.
Bueno.
La seriedad.
Pues un saludo a todo el mundo, muchas gracias por asistir a esta segunda, hoy ha habido 2 recitaciones en español, a las 10 de la mañana a cargo de Venerable Paloma, y ahora la que vamos a hacer hasta las 9:30 en España, 2:30 en México, en fin, estos jaleos de las horas, ¿no? Acordaos que hoy hay que cambiar la hora también en España, ¿eh?
En México no, en España. En Guatemala tampoco. En Colombia.
Así es que, pues nada, muchas gracias, buenas noches, buenos días, buenas tardes. Vamos a seguir con la práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo, que se lleva haciendo todo este día, ya sabéis, cada sábado se recita por petición e instrucción, más que petición, instrucción de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, hasta el fin de la pandemia. Entonces, y viendo cómo se está poniendo el panorama, pues creo que nos queda bastante, ¿no?
Pues tenemos para años.
Pues sí, para recitar.
Algunos años, sí.
Esperemos que años no, pero me da a mí que meses sí.
Por ahí.
Meses sí. Bueno, entonces nada, vamos a hacer unos minutos de meditación en la respiración para calmar la mente, conectar con el interior, crear un espacio, llamadlo como queráis, pero sobre todo crear un espacio interior desde el que meditar y pedir a nuestros gurús las bendiciones que beneficien a todos los seres. Entonces nos fijamos unos momentos en la respiración, dejando pasar todo lo demás, pensamientos, problemas, que son como nubes en el cielo, que si las observas pasan, dejando a su paso un cielo infinito, luminoso, espacioso. Lo mismo sucede con la mente. Al mismo tiempo vigilamos, echamos un vistazo rápido a la postura del cuerpo, manteniendo la espalda derecha, no rígida, no tensa, pero sí derecha, vertical, asegurándonos así un estado de mente claro y despierto. Y pensamos en todos los seres, siendo a causa de la pandemia o por otros motivos. Imagen que están a nuestro alrededor. Otras sí ya no están, no viven, no están lejos. Ahora los visualizas ahí, a ambos lados, a derecha e izquierda. Lo más importante es sentir que los estás guiando, los estás llevando a la iluminación, a la preciosa iluminación, al precioso estado de Buda Avalokitesvara. Detrás visualizamos a nuestros seres más queridos, más cercanos, hijos, hermanos, amigos, compañeros, conocidos, animales, nuestros seres más queridos. Y delante las personas que nos agitan o nos alteran, o con los que tuvimos problemas en el pasado. Alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Ahí están todos los pretas, seres de los infiernos, animales de todas clases, humanos, devas, semidioses, seres del bardo, todos los seres. En el espacio, enfrente de ti y por encima de todos esos seres está Guru Avalokitesvara, inseparable de nuestro maestro raíz, en especial su santidad el Dalai Lama. Los vemos como indiferenciables, irradiando luz, néctar. Con solo mirarlos recibes calor, compasión, calidez. Esa luz y ese néctar que emanan del cuerpo de Guru Avalokitesvara, inseparable de su santidad el Dalai Lama y del resto de nuestros maestros, llega a todos los rincones del universo. No hay un solo rincón que no sea tocado por esa luz y ese néctar, y purificado, bendecido. sanado. En especial se purifican las causas que hacen posible esta pandemia, todas las pandemias, todas las enfermedades. Los elementos se reequilibran. El elemento tierra, agua, fuego y viento se ponen en equilibrio. Manteniendo esta presencia de Guru Chenrezig, de Guru Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a nosotros, tomamos refugio 3 veces, poniéndonos bajo su protección y la de su santidad. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos que estamos así bajo la protección de Guru Avalokitesvara y con nosotros el resto de seres, en especial nuestros padres, nuestros seres queridos, nuestros enemigos. Todos están bajo la protección y el refugio de Chenrezig, que es su santidad el Dalai Lama. Mientras recitamos el mantra de Om Mani Padme Hum, surge luz y néctar que constantemente fluye de su sagrado cuerpo, dando a cada ser lo que necesite, a los fallecidos por el coronavirus un perfecto renacimiento humano, o por cualquier otra causa un perfecto renacimiento humano. A los enfermos, paz mental y salud. A los sanitarios, energía para seguir cuidando a las personas enfermas. A los que padecen de fuegos, de desastres naturales, los libera de esas adversidades. Y así a cada uno le da lo que necesita. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Recitamos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo recordando que Rinpoche insiste en que es importante tener una imagen delante mientras se recita y mirarla. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Nos acordamos y pedimos de corazón por todos los fallecidos a causa de esta pandemia y por cualquier otro motivo, que puedan ellos ser conducidos inmediatamente a la tierra pura de Chenrezig, a Potala, puedan recibir enseñanzas y alcanzar la iluminación sin un segundo de retraso, rápidamente. Segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta recitación que acabamos de hacer la dedicamos por los enfermos, que tengan una mente en paz, que sanen, se vean pronto libres de estas situaciones difíciles. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Ahora pedimos de corazón por todas las personas que están atravesando momentos difíciles a nivel económico, debido a la pandemia o a cualquier otra circunstancia, que han perdido sus trabajos, financiación, que no pueden hacer frente a nivel económico a todas sus necesidades. Que puedan todos ellos ser asistidos por Guru Avalokitesvara y cuidados por él. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Esta recitación la ofrecemos para que cesen todos los desastres naturales, guerras, conflictos, fuegos, que los elementos se equilibren, se armonicen. Visualizamos que Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a nosotros avanza hasta colocarse sobre nuestra coronilla y mirar en el mismo sentido en el que miramos nosotros. De su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan sobre las coronillas de todos los seres que nos rodean, nuestros padres, seres queridos, personas que nos molestan y resto de seres. Y se disuelve en nosotros, concediéndonos todos los logros, comprensiones, experiencias, sabiduría, bendiciendo nuestro continuo mental, purificando todas las causas kármicas que hacen posible esta pandemia y otras. Pedimos de corazón que pueda su santidad, que es Guru Chenrezig, estar con nosotros muchos años hasta el fin del samsara, tener una vida estable, firme, sin ningún obstáculo, puedan todos sus proyectos y actividades cumplirse con éxito. Jite menkandi pende marupa gale juwe sampele jisinor kadri imsume tensing yatsola solwa teso tu se lundruso. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pidiendo lo mismo de corazón para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, pedimos que Rinpoche tenga una vida estable, firme, sin obstáculos de ningún tipo. Más bien que nosotros purifiquemos todo el karma que hace que Rinpoche muestre el aspecto de tener obstáculos o enfermedades, que todo esto quede purificado al instante. Tuzul samsim yanggong yelwe ten sing yon pelwe kun sodo pose Chosum kurwe le montudru Pahada sodu jegondu satenzu. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri. Protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Yanchub sen chorin poche ma ke panam ge gyurji ye wa nyam pa me pa jan gone gondu pelwara so ge wa di ji nyudu ta lama sangye drum yune drowa chi hyan malu pa Dedi salago paso. Muchísimas gracias, venerables. Begoña, Paloma, Anilas, hello, Tenzin Pelyan, how are you?
Hello,
Hola.
so nice to see you all. Hola.
¿Cómo
Hola.
estás?
Très bien. Bueno.
Perfecto, perfecto.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
No se te oye,
Paloma, can't hear you.
Paloma, no se te
You're
oye.
muted.
Abre el
Paloma, no se te oye.
micrófono.
Sorry, I was telling that maybe we can teach you each week one new Spanish word. Hola. Now you know hola. Then second, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás?
Yes, how are you?
¿Cómo estás? How are you? Yeah. Gracias.
Slowly, you will be able to communicate in Spanish very easy.
Yes, because you know I learned French growing up, so I kind of understand a little bit what you are saying.
Then, Begoña, tu peux parler français avec elle. Eh?
D'accord, très bien.
Although I want to learn the Spanish, it's, you know, yeah, it's very nice.
Okay, thank you, dear. Take care. How's your
So
mom?
much. And by the way, do you? I have been listening. There's a celebration from Lion's Roar magazine.
Yes, I've been listening.
Yes. So beautiful.
Yes, yes,
so
me
beautiful.
too.
Yeah,
I've been listening. Okay, take care and please take care to your mom also, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. Paloma, Begoña, and Venerable Venerable Tenzin Padan Fabiola. Okay.
Chao.
And thank you.
Que tienen
que
Adiós.
Bye.
A todo el mundo.
Adiós.
Adiós, México, adiós, Colombia, adiós, España, adiós. Bye bye.
Adiós,
Adiós.
México.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much to Chenrezig Institute for all the technical help. And now, so I am Venerable Tenzin Talyang. I am in New York City, currently helping to manage the care for my dear 96-year-old mother with a lot of wonderful help, from aides that she has. All right, so here we will begin with a direct meditation on the graduated path. And as far as motivation, may the meditation, chanting, reading that we do be for the benefit of all those who have COVID, have had COVID, might have COVID, and all beings in all worlds. May all be well. The direct meditation on the graduated path containing all the important meanings by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscuration. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure and with this devotion, may I receive Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And then a verse from Geshe Longri Tangpa's 8 Verses of Thought Transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them dear at all times. I shall hold them most dear at all times. And from Aryasur's Prayer in 70 Stanzas, one stanza. May I become like a wish-fulfilling jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now we'll move on to Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. First, I will read the colophon, which explains a little bit about the origin of this beautiful prayer. Once, an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, and protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby, it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. I'll recite those verses twice again. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll recite Mani Mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, for a couple of minutes. You can do silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer, which we will do 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and happiness and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do the prayer a second time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we have enough time. I think there is another prayer attributed to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo called A Request to Pacify the Fear of Famine. And the colophon tells us about the origins of this prayer. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth guardians, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, please let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, wealth, food, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world, land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made these extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Thank you. Beautiful, another really beautiful prayer. Thank you, Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Now we'll do some dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And a prayer for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, fire, and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. And now we'll move on to dedication in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have done. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And now, prayer for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I will do in English. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then, for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now we will seal with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Now let's rest with that sealed emptiness.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable Pel Young. How's New
So
York?
nice to see you. New York is okay. My mother is okay. You know, yeah.
How is the situation with the elections?
Well, we are praying. We are just praying. Yeah. I have friends, who are strong spiritual practitioners in different states who are doing work to try to encourage more people to vote, make it easy for them.
Yeah.
So may our prayers help visualize, you know, all of our politicians, yeah, as well as all those who are being helpful. May this be purified. May there be a lot of purification during this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think it's not just for the United States, is it? I mean, it's just about almost everywhere. Like, you know, there's so many kind of people in power that one really asks oneself, what on earth are they doing? So, so this is what we can dedicate for, that whenever somebody has the good karma to have so much power, that they use it in a way so that they're not exhausting all their positive karma and creating a lot of negative karma. So.
Oh, it's very powerful. Wonderful dedication.
Thank
you.
Good.
Thank you so much, Venerable Pelyang, and welcome, Venerable Losang.
Okay, thank you very much. Venerable Kumpen, I think, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now I think I got it. Okay. Great. So I will, I can have the screen. Yeah, I think, yeah, perfect. So I'll do again with this prayer from Kandrala, which I really, really like, because it kind of gets me back on track a bit. So whatever you think when you read it, whatever you think is a bit exaggerated and that you are not going in that category, then that's fine. Then just rejoice, you know, when you think that doesn't concern me. But in general, it's quite good to be, you know, not to have shame or guilt or anything like that, but to really see with a lot of self-confidence where we stand and knowing where we still have to, what we still have to work at. Ogyen Rinpoche, please help. Due to the karmic appearances of sentient beings in this degenerate bad time, the world is pervaded by a pandemic disease. We have fallen into a prison without shelter and without hope, isolated without protection and without an army. We cry out in despair. The epidemic has turned heaven and earth upside down. I ask the Buddhas of the 3 times to listen to me. I reveal openly that because sentient beings cling to a self, while the self does not exist, externally the elements are disturbed. I reveal openly that due to the hallucinated mind grasping at true existence, while true existence does not exist, beings are appropriated by the 3 poisons. I reveal openly that controlled by the black poisonous snake of self-conception, we act for our victory while pursuing the defeat of others. This hallucinated mind grasping to a self and true existence conceives samsara's perfections as if they were a pure refuge. Suddenly, the deadly epidemic comes, the graveyard of the maturation of actions, and the samsara's perfections, like dirt and stones, become devoid of happiness. The time has come for great affection and great compassion. The experience of ripening in accordance with causes and their effects is certain. The dependent relationship is undeceiving. In the objective and vibrant appearance, the sensory object that brings happiness is grasped with attachment and appropriated by sentient beings. But it is like a dream. Bless me so that I may see dependent arising and emptiness. Bless me so that I may see emptiness and dependent arising. After realizing the dependent arising does not exist intrinsically, please bless me to see the reality of the mind. Controlled by the hallucinated mind that conceives a self that does not exist, the chronic sickness of selfishness that protects friends and eliminates enemies, destroys this and future lives in a continuum of suffering like the ripples of water. Not understanding that sentient beings are our mothers and their kindness, we act with ingratitude. This I reveal openly. I reveal openly that after entering the cycle of pure Dharma of the Vajra vehicle, I have degenerated the Samayas received through initiation. Vajradhara from the sphere of Dharmakaya without elaborations, You are the precious treasure that fulfills all desires and needs. Vajradhara, white lotus of emptiness and compassion, venerable, pervading all families, dispeller of the three times, you are the only refuge that eliminates the darkness of ignorance. You are the Buddha, but I considered you as a normal human being. This I reveal openly. Though I have received the teachings of infallibility of action and results, like performing a theatrical act, I wear the mask of Dharma, while supporting my life by corrupted means, this I reveal openly. I reveal openly that although there is no other refuge but the three rare and supreme, I relied on non-Buddhist teachings. I reveal openly that although there are various vehicles within the pure Dharma, I let the mind pursue the erroneous views of psychology. I openly reveal that although the freedoms and endowments are difficult to obtain and are highly meaningful, the useless activities increase. I reveal openly that although I possess the wisdom of the primordial mind, I do not see that my mind is the Dharmakaya. Not understanding how appearances arise from the base, I regard Dharmakaya and Nirmanakaya as newly produced, that I openly reveal. In short, thanks to the strength of the Lama's kindness, I can realize that all appearances of samsaric beings are devoid of true existence, always free, self-liberated, directly free. Lama Vajradhara, you are the embodiment of all the three roots. You are our only refuge and hope, satisfying all wishes. From the magical illusion of the three supreme bodies, precious, omniscient, compassionate, I beg you to pacify epidemics, famines, and wars. In the state without referent, I reveal that all the negative actions of the three doors of us sentient beings affected by ignorance, though the confession, who confesses, and the object of confession do not exist, I confess as an illusion in the state of non-intrinsic nature. Dharma friends close to me and acquaintances, please apply yourselves in Dharma, reflecting on the difficulty of obtaining freedoms and endowments. Apply yourselves in the Dharma of adventitious impermanence. Apply yourselves in the Dharma of infallibility of actions and their results. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflection on the disadvantages of samsara. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflecting on the advantages of liberating. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflecting on universal responsibility. Compassion, altruism, and the mind of enlightenment are the precious riches that do not deceive. In particular, apply yourself in the Dharma of the Vajra vehicle of the secret mantra that frees upon meeting it. Apply yourself in the Dharma, which is the sublime essence, endowed with emptiness and great compassion, the spontaneous and perfect nature. Rest assured that the Dharma is solely to pacify yourself and benefiting others. Stop worrying. If you rely on powerful deities, all suffering becomes an aid to happiness. Never separate yourself, even at the cost of your life, from the refuge of the three rare and supreme ones who do not deceive. Faith and compassion are the foundation of all that you desire. Do not be afraid. Make requests from the bottom of your heart. Ask continually for blessings, the Lama deity. In case you can act on the results of your actions, what is the purpose of worrying and being sorry? In that case, that you cannot do anything about the results of actions, what is the purpose of worrying and being sorry? If you recite the mantras, Mani, Benza, and Tare, with request, you will certainly free yourself from all obstacles. May there be the auspiciousness of the Lama and the three jewels. May there be the auspiciousness of reality free from denial and affirmation. May there be the auspiciousness of happiness of sentient beings, the mothers. May there be the auspiciousness of seeing the compassionate Lama. May there be the auspiciousness of spontaneous fulfillment of the four enlightened activities. May there be the auspiciousness of seeing and hearing the excellent path of liberation. May there be the auspiciousness of spontaneous fulfillment of the fruition of the spontaneous realizations of the three exalted bodies. May there be the auspiciousness of complete prosperity. Okay, then we do the actual practice. The first is Chenrezig and taking refuge. So then, as Khandrila says, you know, do not worry, do not be afraid, but start to take refuge in your own practice, in your own Buddha potential, especially in the Guru also, because whenever you remember the Guru, your mind totally relaxes. And taking refuge in the Buddha or in the deities. So we can visualize in the space in front of us, 1,000-arm Chenrezig with 11 heads, standing on a moon disk and on a multicolored lotus. And his body is totally made out of light, so it's a rainbow body, completely transparent, but the features totally distinct. And in his heart is a moon disk. On top of this is the syllable Hri, and around it is the mantra. And then, so we think, you know, this appearance of Chenrezig, who is always there. It's just that when we don't think of him, then he is not there. But otherwise, the Buddhas are omnipresent, spontaneously, effortlessly, continuously, caring for all sentient beings. So I am one of those. So then why worry? Why worry, knowing that all of this is just appearance, that even Chenrezig is appearance, the Guru is an appearance, but they are appearances who will lead us out of suffering. So this is why we can take refuge in them. And to have a mind who is really fed up with being kind of tossed around in samsara, this time very good rebirth, where we can practice. Next time, no idea where we're going to end up. So being really, really grateful and appreciating that we have this opportunity now to visualize these pure forms of the deities, of the Buddhas, this time Chenrezig, which is, as a matter of fact, our Guru. And then why are we doing this? Because yes, of course, we want to get out of samsara, but then also in order to repay the kindness that we receive life after life after life after life after life. Millions and billions of times we have been totally depending on others for our comfort, for our survival, for our happiness. So when you just think about the clothes you're wearing, just those, you know, when we think how many beings had to do a good job for us to be able to wear these clothes like every single day, then we need to wash them. Most of us are in the West. We have washing machines. Can you imagine that? How many beings are involved in bringing about the washing machine? That makes our life so easy. And then all the rest that we enjoy. And that's just, you know, today or this week. What about all the years before? So we visualize around us all mother sentient beings. We had contact with them, you know. At one point, they were our mother or our father, brother, sister, friend. They've also been enemies, that is true, but then since we want to develop compassion and bodhicitta, we forget about the enemies, or we go even further as the Bodhisattva and think, well, which is my best friend is actually my enemy, because he allows me to purify negative karma, to exhaust the negative karma. My arrogance decreases, and when I suffer also, I can generate some empathy for others in the same situation. On top of it, he allows me to practice patience. So what we call enemy is actually on the path to enlightenment, more beneficial than a friend, than what we call a friend. So there are no real enemies. So then all these mother sentient beings are sitting around us, and we think for all of them, I will attain the state of Avalokiteshvara and can lead all of them to supreme enlightenment. And for the moment, we visualize that we are leading them in taking refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, which is the resultant refuge, our own Buddha nature. So if you have received Chenrezig initiation, now Chenrezig in the space in front of you, he comes to your crown, then the lotus melts into the body from top and from the bottom melts into a ball of very bright white light. And that light from your crown through your central channel absorbs into your heart chakra. And then you can think, what we think we are is all appearance. So we dissolve it into the pure sphere of reality, like the Dharmadhatu, emptiness, out of which everything can arise, either impure as suffering and what we are now, or pure as the deity. So you let go of your 5 contaminated aggregates. You might still feel them. You might still maybe see them if your eyes are open, but then you think it's just appearance, just a projection of my hallucinating mind. If you don't have Chenrezig initiation, Chenrezig remains in the space in front of you. And now from either your heart as Chenrezig with that confidence, now I am Chenrezig and I'm going to liberate all sentient beings to the enlightened state, to bring them to the enlightened state. So that's when you are Chenrezig with this divine pride, or Chenrezig in the space in front of you. You can think this is my future, the future result of my practice. And then from the silver free and the mantra, light rays go out, touch each and every sentient being. And before with Venerable Pelyang, we talked about world leaders who must have tremendous positive karma that they have so much power. But when they don't lead skillfully, then they destroy it all. So we can especially think now, elections are coming up in the United States. So we can especially think whoever wins, but may they also, because they also have Buddha nature, may they be led by their compassion and wisdom. May they be led by Chenrezig and not by their self-cherishing, ego-centered mind. And all the other world leaders, but also, people who are suffering because of these not very skillful world leaders. And then especially all the people who suffer from the coronavirus, people who are maybe just afraid, people who have financial problems, people who are working in the hospitals, because now in Switzerland also we have lots of cases. Like today we had near 7,000. It's a very small country. We only have 6 million people. So the hospitals are all kind of crying out and saying, please, please stay at home. We have closed our center again today, so there's no visitors, so that nobody, catches the virus by coming here. So then we think about all these people out there, and whenever the light touches them, immediately they transform into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. Then we do the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Now here you can let go of being Chenrezig and you think you have become Thangtong Gyalpo, and you recite this prayer with this confidence that this prayer will make a lot of difference in the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can recite 7 times these 2 mantras here. One is the Vasha armor, so that we have some protection. Once we've finished reciting the mantras, then you can put your hand under your chin, blow into it, and breathe it in. And I'm pretty sure that strengthens the immune system, because when we have the confidence that these Buddhas are protecting us, then we're not afraid, but we're not becoming careless. We still wear masks and wash hands and don't have too much, as little contact as possible with beings. And so we can, you know, also this kind of the fear of getting sick, that can be the fear of just me, I don't want to get sick, but it can also be concern for others by thinking, I don't want to get sick and then kind of fill a bed in hospital and people have to look after me. I'd rather leave the beds for beings who need it much more than I do, and I don't want to bring additional work to the health care people. So then that widens the motivation a little bit why we don't want to get sick. Or we can do maybe 3 times each, because otherwise I'm too long here. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Manjushri looks pretty much like the orange one. There's also wrathful ones, but there's one Black Manjushri who's just like a sword, holding the sword in his right hand and the text in his left hand, or the other way around, can't remember. But anyway, the sword and the text. And he's just black, and in his heart is also Mundisk, and on that is the black syllable G, and around it is this mantra. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham trampe peso ha. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham trampe peso ha. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham tram peso ha. Okay, then the dedication. Chanchu sem choriam poche ma ke panam ke gyuchi ke panyam pame pai kone gondo pewasho ke wani inyoda Lama Sangye Jogyone Drova Chikyang Malupa Ngei Sala Chiten kandir pende malupa kale chue sampeli shinor kajin chume tensing yatsola sawatepso tushelun jusho. Then, of course, not just His Holiness wishes to be fulfilled, but all the Masters' wishes to be fulfilled, for everybody to be happy and healthy and to attain enlightenment really, really quickly, but also for Tibet to, to become free so that the Tibetans can go back to their country and practice their religion and culture freely. And then also we really have to think about all these countries like India and Nepal and Tibet, where we don't get many news, but I'm pretty sure the situation must be very, very dire. Danyanin cheson to shope lam se kanchen ten Jana pe moten singato la sawadepso shetun lunjo sho. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for his wishes to be fulfilled, and for our wish for him to have a very long, stable and healthy life. Tu tsu shan shin chang gung ge we. Ten sing kyong pe we kun tsu to po tse. Jo sun kor we le mun tu ju. Pa da so tu che gun tu shap ten cho. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famines, torture, poverty, economic problems, and pandemics in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, hello, Venerable Tendron Law.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Do you have clock changing tonight also, or is it just in Europe?
Not in next Saturday is our
Okay.
our change.
Because we have this Saturday. So.
Yeah, they requested that it last past Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's because so that it's no, but it would be good because then it's dark earlier, no?
Yes, but they don't want that. They want it to be light later.
Because I thought Halloween you do when it's dark and night and
not with children.
I see. Probably you're supposed to be frightened, no?
Yeah, they don't really want that to happen.
Okay.
2020 is frightening enough. So
you see, like in Europe, Halloween, especially in Switzerland, is pretty new. So it's like, we don't have these things. All they do is now pumpkins everywhere. So that's since about 10 years, at least that's for us. When I hear Halloween, it's pumpkin. So I don't know all the other customs. Okay, so I leave you to the practice. Thank you very much for taking over.
Very much, Venerable Sangha.
You're very welcome, and bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
hello, Chenrezig.
Hello.
Do I have control? Yes.
Yes.
Y'all are quick. All right, thank you. I hope you're well.
Thank you. You well?
Yes, I'm fine. So thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Okay. All righty. So let's take a moment to just, if you're just joining us, to shake off the busyness or whatever you were doing a minute ago. And if you were with us a minute ago, then just refresh your motivation. We are doing this practice to fulfill the wishes of our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who leads us all in the FPMT with only the wish to benefit all sentient beings. So take a moment to generate a positive intention in your own mind stream, the wish that whatever efforts you make, whatever benefits we may create, ripen upon others, particularly all those suffering from this pandemic, either because you're sick yourself, or you have loved ones who are ill, or you're worried about all those suffering, or because you're suffering due to a loss of job or poverty in general. Just there's so many ways in which we suffer. So just imagine yourself sitting with Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front. Surrounded by all sentient beings who, just like you, want only happiness and want freedom from suffering. All those living in fear and hunger and poverty, all those suffering from the difficulties of the elements, fire, water, wind, earth. And really generate that desire to say these prayers, to be only of benefit. So with Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front, he's made of light, very bright, clear, transparent, radiating golden light. The palm of his right hand rests on his right knee, with his fingers touching the moon cushion, representing mastery over all delusions, conquering all the delusions. His left hand in his lap in the posture of meditative equipoise, holding an alms bowl filled with nectar, medicinal nectar, which can cure our delusions. His face is very beautiful, very peaceful, and he smiles at us with eyes filled with love and compassion. You can visualize surrounded by your teachers or as the embodiment of your teacher. Shakyamuni Buddha is the embodiment of all the Buddhas, the 3 times. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of enlightened beings who understand and accept you just as you are, who strongly wishes to help you to reach a state beyond sorrow. And we'll recite the motivation of the prayer Rinpoche asked us to recite, liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light. And this golden light pours down into us, blessing our bodies, speech, and mind. And now in the space in front, a 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Avalokitesvara, the embodiment of all Buddha's compassion. He stands on a lotus in a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. He has 11 faces. Above these is a wrathful face. Above this is the red head of Amitabha Buddha, peaceful and smiling. His first two hands are folded at the heart and hold a jewel. The second right hand holds a rosary. The third eliminates the hunger and thirst of the hungry ghost by sending down a stream of nectar from the mudra of granting sublime realizations. And the fourth holds a wheel. The second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third holds a water vessel, and the fourth holds a bow and arrow. The remaining 992 hands, as soft as lotus petals, are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. In the palm of every hand is an eye looking upon us with compassion. Rays of light in the nature of wisdom and compassion radiate out from Chenrezig's heart to us and to all sentient beings who surround us, entering through our crowns, filling our bodies, purifying all obscurations completely, and bringing all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and wisdom, ending all our delusions, negative thoughts, all the causes of suffering. Not veiled by any fault, white in color, whose head of perfect Buddha crowns in light, gazing compassionately at all beings, to you, Chenrezig, all-seeing one, I prostrate. So now we'll recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And just visualize as we're reciting the mantra, these rays of light filling ourselves, filling all sentient beings, bringing to us everything that we could possibly need to end our suffering, to ease our minds. In the heart of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Excuse me. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we'll recite the actual prayer. Again, keeping in mind all the sentient beings that surround us, all those who are suffering from the pandemic, all those suffering from wars, famines, droughts, earthquakes, fires, all the different struggles in cyclic existence. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So really take a moment to rejoice. Thought we might recite time here. Let me open it. I'll be back. Not too swift on the technology today. But Rinpoche also said that reciting this prayer by Serkan Rinpoche, the swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa, one of our major teachers in the Gelugpa tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Lozon Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that all our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Lozon Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes may be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Lozon Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferes, and so forth be pacified. Then when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may we see you, glorious Lozon Drakpa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Alrighty, so now we can recite some more dedications and really feel good. Rejoice in your efforts, in all the efforts of kindness and generosity and patience and wisdom, ethics that have been happening around the world while we've been saying prayers. May all these positive efforts be ripened the great enlightenment, or until the great enlightenment happens, not exhaust, and then no suffering sentient beings whatsoever in cyclic existence. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious Gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merit and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long, healthy, happy life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every sentient single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Save in the land of snow's teaching and transmigratory beings, it extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, healthy, happy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, thank you. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you. So is Venerable Damcho or is Tenzin Pelyan next?
I think Venerable Damcho is next.
If we can connect.
He's still connecting, yeah. Yeah, he's coming from UK, so maybe.
We just did the Western Buddhist monastic gathering online this year. So there was a lot of patience needed.
Yeah.
Although it worked pretty well, it was good. All right, well, welcome, Venerable Damcho.
Yeah, maybe some technical issue.
There he is.
Welcome.
Smiling face.
I think we cannot hear you. Ask to unmute. Still cannot hear you.
How is it now? Okay. We're waiting for, I just missed a call from Gishila's PA translator. I think they're missing the passcode. So if he's in the queue, I don't know whether you can free them.
I didn't see any message. But...
Okay, I try again. So I briefly go offline. It's just to try to ring me, and I just didn't get to the phone on time. So bear with me.
So what they need?
I just need to get them the passcode to sign on. Hold on a sec.
So Geshe Tinle is coming now. Yeah.
I have learned to put the password in my calendar.
Yeah, that's easier then. Yeah. Just check maybe here. Okay.
Okay, he's signing on. He's signing on. Just got hold of him. Oh, what would life be, if it wouldn't be sort of interesting? I missed my own slot nearly this morning, as you did, because I was meddling with the French times, which is 3.5 hours behind India. And I thought, oh yeah, I got 3.5 hours. Yeah, it's 11:30, but actually myself was 4.5 hours behind. So it was really, so just, classic. That's just wonderful. How is everybody in Chenrezig anyway?
Wonderful.
Very well, thank you so much. Yeah.
I see we got
How is the UK? How are you, Venerable Damcho?
Not too bad. It's windy, it's raining. So we got, as my granddad always used to say, don't worry about the rain. Most of it falls somewhere else. Go in the garden, help me dig the ground. But no, it's just the way it is. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's still fairly mild for the time of year. And with lockdown, it's here, there, everywhere. So
you cannot go to Jamyang Center now?
No, it's all it's all restricted. London is facing further restrictions, and some parts of the country have gone into full lockdown. Wales, you can't go in right now. So it's interesting, to say the least. But hey, gives us a chance to practice. How are we doing? What can you see? Is this Geshe-la still sort of trying to get in? I give him another ring, see whether there's a problem. Okay. I'm just giving him a buzz.
Because now it's nice.
Sorry, I'm fidgeting.
Oh, there he is. Toshidele. We cannot hear you, Geshe-la. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, I'm with that.
Welcome, Toshidele.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you, Venerable Damcho.
Welcome, Geshe-la. My fault. I should have sent you another link. But these things are there to try us, So, but I'm glad you're here. So please feel free to take your time.
Thank you. How are you guys?
Very well, thank you. How are you, Geshe-la?
Good. How are you, Anilas? What time there is the morning, right?
Morning 7.
7.
6:06.
Yeah. Where are you, Venerable Damcho?
I'm in the UK, Eastbourne, which is about an hour away from London. So we got about 10 o'clock at the moment in the evening.
Okay. Good. The world is very small. We all come together, same place.
Yes.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah, how's the practice going? Like 24 hours, 7 days, right?
Yes.
It's going well, thanks to the wonderful support of Chenrezig Institute, doing all the tech, and we have a good, strong core of people putting their names forward, filling the gaps, and it's always nice to see you join us as well. So it's fingers crossed, no fatigue has set in yet.
Yeah, this is a wonderful, all the Sangha members do something to, I think there are so many different ways to serve the world. Like, as we are Buddhism, and we pray for others, to meditation for others, dedication for others, we help for like that way. Physically, we really don't go out to, serve the food, serve the people like that. Like, the different religion, like Catholic, the monks, nuns, the nuns, especially they go to the, poor prayers, they can help for them. His Holiness is very appreciate that. Sometimes His Holiness say, we of the Tibetan Buddhism, we say always to benefit for others. The, reality, they don't really do. But, I think we, try to pray for them. And, especially like, the Catholic nuns, the monks. I don't know, maybe more, not many monks, maybe the nuns, they help for everywhere. Physically and mentally, mostly financially. But we are Buddhism is always to talk about generosity, and we practice a lot for the Zambala. But we are the poorest person. Right? The Buddhism monks and nuns are very poor. We have just enough to buy the clothes. This is a really like Buddha's way. Monks, nuns, very, Buddha, they're very simple. They're just 2 robes, because change. Then just bowl, go to the bank bowl. That's it. I think we are really follow like that. Then if someone say, why you doesn't do help for, financially and physically, we say, no. We follow the exactly Buddha's view. We don't have the financially to help for others. Also physically, also better than to pray for them. Develop for the compassion bodhicitta. We just think say it like that way. It's wonderful. We are the monks and nuns have a very big responsibility. Like I say, like one, maybe we can say one person's benefit. Like Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yishi, they benefit. Like we are the Gelu tradition, the Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yishi, the one of the teacher, always spread the teaching, Buddha teaching all of the world. Just one Sangha's benefit, right? Therefore, if through the FPMT, also through the FPMT, we can, financially also support that in India, like all the monasteries, or the nunneries. Then FPMT has also a lot of schools for, and hospitals. Therefore, we are not very big like that, but I think we are pretty special like FPMT, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yishi is to, how the vision is very amazing. As maybe I'm not up to pray, right? I like to share some, how the FPMT is very grateful. Like Western, how many people get to put the influence to Dharma, and like you guys also, not Buddhism before, you meet the Lama Zopa Rinpoche or Lama Yishi or someone that you become monk and nun. That's better than $1 million for you, change your mind. Then, India, like all the monasteries, when I was there, it's very poor, in Sera, very poor. The Lama Zopa Rinpoche start to, Lama Yishi, we call Ovasa Lavra, and the Lama Zopa Rinpoche start to offer the food to, I think, once a month. It's very delicious. All the monks just wearing that. Then 3 times a month, we all just wearing that. Then they start to breakfast, lunch, dinner, I think thousands of monks able to stay Sera, like I'm talk about Sera, is through the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Lama Yishi. Right now, the Geshis study that, they're able to stay there. They study after Geshi. Now they come back to the Western, go to everywhere, benefit. Therefore, I like to, share, like you're the Western, I'm the Tibetan. If Westerns, we don't have to say how kind for FPMT or Lama Zopa Rinpoche Lama, but we are the Tibetans. It's amazing. Just FPMT just they saved the monks to almost fall down, the food. And how they got also, it's very kind for Western people because they're offering for Lama Yishi, Lama Zopa Rinpoche to. I'm come here before we thought Western is very rich person. We say Western very rich. But here, Western is very poor. Not enough to pay the bills always, right? Not everyone rich. Special who follow the Buddhism. The only rich get. But very poor. Maybe I don't say poor. That it's not very rich. But they save some money. They offering for Rinpoche, for support the monks, nuns, hospitals. The Rinpoche take them to India. It's amazing. It's how Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe vision to benefit for others. Therefore, why I have to talk about that? Therefore, I think Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe is very kind for Tibetan side or Western side, India, Nepal right now. Therefore, one Sangha have benefit. But we are the very, sometimes the high monks, low monks. We are low monks. The Western, sometimes they put the names of the sheets or some blanket. It's a high monk's blanket. And then there's low monks blanket. We are the low monks, but we also benefit, if someone, looking for some Sangha, we are here. Therefore, through the FPMT, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Lama Yeshe, to benefit for thousands, billions of people. Therefore, if someone say, if your Buddhism monks and nuns doesn't benefit, yes, we benefit. We benefit thousands, billions. Like that, I like to share, maybe you guys doesn't heard, how kind for Rinpoche to Sarah. You can ask Geshe-las, Geshe Johnson, we are Sarah together. Then how poor before Rinpoche started food. After, then Geshe is able to also go to FPMT center. Then, even the house, everyone's now perfect. Have you been to India?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, when you go there, when you been there?
Last year and beginning of this year.
Oh, it's a very changing, like 1990s. I went to 1990, very poor, very small. How big now? This is if I'm maybe too ego, otherwise this become one of the APMTs. Because monks come from Tibet, they have to food from APMT got food. Even not directly, indirectly, there are a lot of benefits. Okay, now I'm not talking too much. I'm going to pray, okay?
So much, Priscilla.
Usually I like to talk too much. I talk always in the zone. Okay, today I'm very grateful. Today is the 8th, and our calendar is also FPMT. Like every lunar calendar 8 is also Tarapare. I think all the centers do that. Anyway, a special the day. And then I'm very grateful John, this program. I hope some benefit for everyone as we are the Sangha think about benefit of all mothers and children, especially right now, like 7 billion human beings have hit by the COVID-19. Very difficult time for everyone. Therefore, we think about for all them in our mind. Then we pray. This prayer is very powerful, because from the Sachakumar Rinpoche, then Zopa Rinpoche, records for all of us with this prayer. It's very wonderful. Therefore, if you know the meaning, you can think about it. If you don't have meaning, just put the influence of our mind, okay? First, I'm going to recite the Refuge Bodhicitta for Majibot, then I'm going to recite this one, okay? Sanje Judan Zoji Jona La Shanja Bada Dana Chosan Dagay Shenzo Jibe Sonam Ji Dola Benjo Sanje Draboy Sho Indai Buddha Dharma Sangha enter enlighten I seek refuge through mirror forgiving the rest to all may I become Buddha. May all sentient beings have happiness and it causes. May all sentient beings free from suffering and it causes. May all sentient beings never be part from sorrowless spirits. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from bias, attachment, and haters. One more time. Now I'm going to recite the 1 time 21 prayers Tara. Shanta Sangha Chene Je Je Peme Shana Nambra Jia Shamba Tade Kato Shava Saba Sande Shiranya Shanta Deje Chabe Tuta Daye Nambra Jave Sham Male Pare Shamba Tobe Jave Seji Shanta Tia Shanta Tudara Eke Dodan Chodan Namka Kam Chiden Damboy Jabjene De Liba Meba Gobrania Shantara Jashan Mela Tamba Lola no Somo Chucho Yambora Lanta Namda Najin Tojin de Nete Shantara Tajisha Dambeji Baro Dungo Raptanjo Yungoya Jabjene and Member Duma Shantara Shantara Tere Jibara Jimo Djibo Number Job Chichi Jana Tony De Do Tamjo Molisa Shanta Kumcho Santa Jaji Samudoka Number Jab Mali Chaji Angolo Jembe Rango Vajetono to Shanta Rabde Gawa Jebe Vajin Novape Jabara Jetadara Dadam Jetam Shanta Tajo Jonge Tono Tamjungo Bani Mania Now we're going to dedication for long live all the holy gurus. We also dedication all our 24 hours merit to dedication who lost their life last couple of months, especially by the COVID-19. We dedication them to free from low realms and rebirth the perfect human rebirth. We also dedication our merits to our family members, our friends, our neighbors, all of the world who has a difficult time physically, mentally, especially who has the symptoms by COVID-19. We dedication them to recover from physically and mentally. They can do the normal life. We also dedication for peace of the world. Okay. Thank you, Venerable.
You're most
My
welcome. Are you
my
sure you're
duty-
done?
My duty is finished.
Please. If you want to carry on, please feel free. I'm not here to stop you. It's
My
such
duty.
it's such a precious opportunity to have you here. So if you want to take a bit longer, you're most welcome.
My duty is finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Krishna, for coming, being so
Thank you.
inspirational again. It's very much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay.
A wonderful day, wonderful night. Any 24 hours for you guys, okay?
Same to
See
you.
you,
Thank you.
see you next month.
See you
See
next
you.
month, Krishna.
Thank you. Okay, now can I leave here?
Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that was Geshe Tendi, for everyone who just joined. And what a very precious lead we had here. It's nice to have Geshe La join us on a regular basis, on a monthly basis. And as he said in his introduction, for some of those in poor countries, we seem rich, and then we come, we think they're extremely poor, yet they might have more happiness. And then they come over here and they see that those people, just at the bottom of the line, struggle to afford bills, particularly now with the pandemic. Suffering is the same wherever we go. It's just how we interpret it. I think we're better in the West in covering up, thanks to credit cards and everything else. So it was quite an inspiring introduction by Geshe La. And yeah, it's just wonderful. So thank you very much, everybody who's just joined. Thank you very much, everybody who's still here. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us so diligently. And if we just take a moment to just take a few deep breaths and just find a nice inner calm. While Geshe La was talking, I found a few lines in by Shantideva, which I think very much ties in with what Geshe La said. Strive at first to meditate upon the sameness of yourself and others. In joy and sorrow, all are equal. Thus, be guardian of all as of yourself. The hand and other limbs are many and distinct, but all are one. The body to be kept and guarded. Likewise, different beings in their joys and sorrows are like me, all in one, wanting happiness. Suffering has no possessor, therefore no distinction can be made in it. Since pain is pain, it is to be dispelled. What use is there in drawing boundaries? I think that's something we should bear in mind, particularly in the current times, the degenerate times we live in, and when we see people fleeing war-torn countries, feeling famine-riddled areas. And we're living in a time where populism is very much on the rise again, where there are very much distinctions being made between them and us, me and you, trying to stir a divide that doesn't have to be there. Surely, we should be of benefit, not just to ourselves, but to others. And as Geshe La said, maybe in Buddhism we don't have the financial means always to chip in, like others maybe do, as you mentioned in Christianity, where there certain projects are being funded. But action doesn't always have to be through financial means. It can be very much an emotional mean. If you think about the patient dying, when you hold their hands, or the sick, or just a simple touch can make such a big difference to them, their well-being, knowing that they're not alone, knowing that they're being taken care of, looked after, a smile. When do we walk past the homeless and actually look at them? When do we give them a smile, or do we just stare away? Just that little acknowledgement that they're still human. I think we're all guilty of that, not always acting in the way we should. If we recognize all these beings as mother beings to us and others, that they have been mother beings to us and we have been to them in previous lifetimes. As Shantideva said, hand and foot are one body. We're not to differentiate. So as such, if a prayer can bring comfort to those who are struggling, to those who are suffering, to those who are recovering from illness or loss, those who struggle financially and socially, thanks to the pandemic, then, we're all in the same boat. We all have to, take our little cups and chip out the water before the boat sinks. It's in all our benefit to stick together and make it work. If you visualize in front of us a guru in the form of Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, if you're joining us, somebody who is not strictly following the path, might you just have an interest, visualize a clear light, either on the crown of your head or just in front of you. And from that light, beams radiate in all 10 directions. And each beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are, however distant, how far. Not differentiating between friend and foe. And visualize how that light fills them with love, compassion, and purifies away all their negative karma from previous lifetimes. And recognize that their suffering, like ours, is unwanted, and that we both want to be free from suffering and live a happy, meaningful existence. And visualize how that light keeps on filling their bodies into the last corners of their being, into every atom, filling every space between those atoms. How the bodies are filled with love and compassion to the extent that the vessel can hold no more, and light bursts out of those beings, spreading into all 10 directions, meeting other beings, filling the entire space with love and compassion, and that love and compassion being shared continuously amongst all. All sentient beings, my mothers, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And as we invite all those mother beings to join us to take refuge, and having taken refuge in the Guru Deity, the Guru Deity smiles upon us. And as we recite the Mani mantra, feel how more and more of the great compassionate love of the Guru Deity fills our bodies, not just ours, but the bodies of all sentient beings, cleansing away all the delusions, obstructions, afflictions of past lifetimes. And let it fill them continuously, and feel how the light brightens and fills more and more the entire space with pure, loving energy. We recite the mantra, a few on chant and the rest on breath. We do that for about sort of 8 minutes. Om Mani Padme If you visualize that I've been taking refuge in the Guru deity and through the great love and compassion of the Guru deity and reciting the Mani mantra, that we have cleansed away obscurations of past lifetimes. And that when we recite the actual prayer now of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease, that we do that with a pure heart, the cleansed heart, and that from the depth of that purity, we wish all other sentient beings who have been affected by the pandemic to be restored to good health, to have fortunate rebirth for those that have been crossing over, to have all the effects of the pandemic neutralized and cleansed away, and that all sentient beings may end up in a happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishaps of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. And if we really, really dig deep, really with all the compassion that we can muster, and not differentiating at all between the sentient beings. We treat them all as one, friend, foe alike. There is no difference. May they all be freed from suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. If you visualize that through the prayers and refuge that we have made and the dedications, that the prayer has taken immediate effect and is working on the effects of the pandemic, we might not necessarily, as individuals, individual practitioners, have the mastery that Thangtong Gyalpo had at his time to totally neutralize the pandemic. But there are many of us, and like drops in the oceans, we can fill the space, and each drop, adds up. So even if we just do a little bit, as a community at large, infinite in numbers as we are, sentient beings, may we all contribute to the pandemic being, turned away, and happiness and well-being be restored for all sentient beings wherever they are. So we do some dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly all the merits that we have accumulated in this session and previous sessions, not just our own, but those of all sentient beings in this and past lifetimes and future lifetimes still to come. May we dedicate all those merits to the benefit of all sentient beings, that they may attain eternal bliss and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible, and that they never be separated from happiness that knows no suffering. May we dedicate it wholeheartedly also to all those who serve the Dharma around the world, those brothers and sisters who join us in the prayerathon, the wonderful people who support the Sangha community, the lay people, their families, the benefactors. May they all have long lives and always be near a virtuous friend. And may they never be far from Dharma and reach enlightenment as swiftly as possible. May we also dedicate to our precious teachers and gurus who have set us on the path of enlightenment in whatever form or shape we have accomplished so far, be it at the beginning of the path, halfway through. Some of you might be near the end game, who knows? But we wouldn't have started without the benefit of our precious teachers. And as such, we should be grateful to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose existence in exile has brought the Dharma to us in the West and has made it much more accessible. And may all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may the day come that he may return to see his people in Tibet. We're also grateful to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for having tasked us with doing these 24-hour prayer recitations until the pandemic ends, encouraging us therefore to not just sit and recite words, but actually get engaged and put the Dharma into practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits collected, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddha, and the number of sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And the long life prayers for His Holiness. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incredibly kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manuja's way, victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish in magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And that'll be me done. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody who joined. Thank you very much who's taken over. And who have I got? Is it, let's have a quick look. Who's on the map? I think it's Gyalpo, is it? Venerable Gyalpo? Do we have you around? Yeah, Venerable Gyalpo. There you are.
Hello,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
No. You know, we have technical gremlins all day, so it's quite all right. Don't worry.
I'm trying to find the passcode for the Zoom meeting. I couldn't find the passcode for the live of me, so I couldn't get on.
No, that's quite all right. Don't worry. It's perfectly all right. I think because in the past we just managed to sign on. Now we need a bit more coding. So it's just getting used to it. I'm glad you're here.
Insert the passcode in the invitation.
Yes, we do that again. See whether we can set that up a little bit differently. Thank you very much for joining. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Take
Sleep well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Pardon me, I'm Thangtong Gyalpo. I am in Brisbane in Australia, about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, who are hosting the Zoom for this. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, a beautiful sunny morning where I am, and we'll get going. I'm a little bit out of preparation because I was a bit panicking there a little bit, trying to get the passcode for the Zoom to get on and to be here. So I'm just going to take a moment now to settle down, settle my mind before we start. And we can begin with a motivation. Setting our minds now, recalling all the kind Mother sentient beings who we are aware of. Maybe near where we are, maybe people we know, people we have heard about. Wherever we are in the world, we know that there are kind Mother sentient beings suffering. Not just the everyday suffering they experience being in samsara, but right now, worldwide, we have so many suffering sentient beings suffering from COVID-19. Bringing to mind all those suffering by Mother sentient beings who have been our mothers numberless times. Recalling they have given of themselves to us since time without beginning. And in this life, having the human rebirth that we have now, wanting to repay that kindness, to free those kind mother sentient beings from suffering, doing what we can now today to free those kind mother sentient beings through these prayer recitation, mantra recitations. Beginning with the motivation from the prayers. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment now to genuinely feel that refuge field in our hearts. Before we start the mantra recitation, visualize 1000 arm Chenrezig. With firm concentration, visualize in the space in front of you the divine form of the 1000 armed Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus moon seat. His body is the nature of white light, beautiful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, the left is red. Above those, central face is green, the left is white, the right is red. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is red-colored Amitabha Buddha, in peaceful and smiling aspect. 2 hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dharma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma, and the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the defeat of the four Mara, and the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On the moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, a syllable Shri, surrounded by gallons of the mantra to be recited. Om Mane Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outwards, from which an incalculable assembly of deities of the Great Compassionate One are admitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in place of Arya Chenrezig. And in doing so, purifying all negativities that are causing this pandemic. Individual karmas, group karmas, planetary karmas, purified by the white light emanating from Arya Chenrezig, the three at his heart. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving on. Pardon me. Moving on to recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of the karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving to dedications for this session. Sangha Bodhicitta. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may Bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the six realms, especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and for all those whose names have been given to me, may be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. For His Holiness, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech. May your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Save the land of the snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold this Jew's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Sealing in emptiness. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Taking a moment. Now, to see all phenomena as having dependently arisen, and therefore being empty of inherent existence. And that's the end of one session. We're going to start another session now. For anyone who's joining us newly, I'm Losang Gompo. I live in Brisbane in Australia, and I'm quite new to ordination, but I've been practicing Dharma for a while. We're going to start the next session with motivation. So starting this session, bringing to mind yourself, starting the compassion for yourself. Knowing that in order to generate true compassion for all sentient beings, we must start being compassionate to ourselves. This advice His Holiness the Dalai Lama has given many times. Sometimes we can forget to be compassionate to ourselves, but it is vitally important to remember to be kind to ourselves and have the wish for ourselves to be free of suffering. Moving that sense of compassion, the wish for sentient beings to be free from suffering, to those closest to us. Possibly our relatives, or those who have been kind to us in this life, those who are dear to our hearts. Bringing to mind their suffering of the three types: suffering of suffering, suffering of change, and the suffering of conditioned existence. Clearly seeing that those closest to us are also suffering just as we are. Generate the wish for them to be free from that suffering, and the determination to actively work in whatever way we can to free those closest to us from suffering. Bringing to mind someone we perceived to have harmed us, who could be merely labelled as an enemy, harm giver. Realising that they too want happiness, don't want suffering, just as we do, those closest to us. Realising that they may be unskillfully creating more suffering for themselves, generating powerful compassion to whatever we can do to free those sentient beings who are creating more and more and more suffering for themselves, to free those sentient beings from their suffering, right now and forever. Moving beyond that to all those suffering sentient beings who don't know, haven't seen, we may pass in the street and never have any contact with, could be labelled as strangers. Remembering that they too don't want suffering. They too are suffering uncontrollably in psychic existence, and have been our kind, precious mothers, giving of themselves for our benefit, numberless times since beginning this time. Specifically bringing to mind now all those suffering sentient beings who have died from COVID-19. who are suffering from its effects right now, who are suffering from the aftermath of having recovered from it. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering, watching loved ones who have died, who are suffering, who have recovered and are still suffering. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from the economic fallout of lockdowns and other repercussions like ripples of suffering from each pond of COVID-19 infection. Generate the powerful determination to free those kind mother sentient beings from all their suffering. Knowing without doubt the best way to do that is to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. Determining now to achieve that enlightenment in order to be the best possible benefit for all those suffering sentient beings. Who we can think of and bring to mind right now. And all those who are beyond our imagining, infinite space. Think it is up to me to achieve Buddhahood, to benefit these sentient beings as quickly as possible, in order to hasten that journey on the path to enlightenment. Today, think, I will perform this practice, these prayers, say this mantra, to benefit those sentient beings the best possible way I can. Moving to say the motivation in the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Before we recite the mantra, refreshing the visualization of our Chenrezig on the crown of your head, with 1,000 arms, 11 faces, in the nature of white light. Light radiates from Arya Chenrezig, filling yourself and all numberless sentient beings with the gentlest, unrelenting, powerful, purifying white light. All those numberless sentient beings we have visualized in the motivation earlier are cleansed by the purest of white light, Maria Chenrezig. While maintaining this visualization, we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 me hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. The form of Araka Vajra Chenrezig, who has been radiating light above my head, above your head, dissolves into light and absorbs into you. Your body, speech, and mind becoming separately one with Araka Chenrezig. Moving to say the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May their body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers and dedications be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, and be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have every radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, By the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. For this last time through, let's pause after each verse to contemplating the meaning of what we just said. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, we know with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Before going on to the general dedications, let's start with any individual dedications you might have. Bringing to mind anyone who has died recently that you know of. All those who have recently died from COVID-19. And all kind mother sentient beings who have recently died. May all those kind mother sentient beings have a perfect human rebirth, with Mahayana spiritual teachings and a perfectly qualified Mahayana spiritual teacher. By pleasing the holy mind of the perfectly qualified Mahayana spiritual teacher, may they all achieve quick enlightenment. Bringing to mind any individual you know who's suffering from physical or mental health issues, life obstacles. Bringing to mind all those suffering sentient beings who are suffering from COVID-19, physically, mentally, and all kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from physical and mental health issues. May all those kind mother sentient beings have the best possible outcome for all those physical and mental health issues and life obstacles. And may quickly be freed from all their suffering forever. May all obstacles to Dharma practice be instantly removed. May all realizations on the path to enlightenment be instantly gained. May we only ever see what happens in our lives as the opportunity to practice pure Buddha Dharma for the sake of future lives and the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. Moving to the dedications in the dedications book that's available on the link on YouTube. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise and grow. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, the numbers sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I've been promised to pray, and for all those whose names have been given to me. May be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. In the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain till samsara ends. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunas, victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. As advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, it's sealing in emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, Lamas Buddhas, Lamas sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Seeing all phenomena as having risen dependently on causes and conditions, and therefore being empty of inherent existence. Sealing the dedications for future lives of a perfect and complete enlightenment. Good morning, Venerable Choki. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning, Venerable Gompo. It's our Sunday morning check-in time.
Wonderful to see you.
You well?
I'm well. It's always a stressful time of year, this time of year, but I'm well at the moment, thank you. How are you doing?
Very well. And yeah, we missed celebrating. No, you missed us celebrating your birthday last weekend. We celebrated in your absence, but I know you celebrated with your daughter. So
yes, that was very nice. Thank you very much for that. I've greatly appreciated.
You know, our Dharma Jaws, any excuse for a party. So you got to come at the end of the year for our end of year party. Anyway.
Yes, I should be able to make it up there in person at that point, I hope.
Hope so too. Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. You too.
Okay, so here we are in the final session of this 24-hour prayerathon that was sort of kicked off here yesterday and in morning time here in India and other places. So following Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice for our daily practice method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. So it was set our motivation in line with Rinpoche's advice. As Rinpoche says, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, so doing the prayerathon right now, and so on, does not become the cause of suffering and instead becomes the cause of happiness, and especially becomes the cause of happiness. That is, you transform them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Okay. Here's a method for transforming the mind into holy Dharma, and especially bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, the infinite altruism. So here I am with Venerable Wongmo La and Venerable Yangshan La. You want to come and join me? going to sit behind down there. Okay. I can come up here. Essence, encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. So here we are, following Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice to engage in this practice, the prayer Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating the Sakya from disease until the pandemic goes down, coronavirus goes down, so we can hold in mind all those affected, which is the whole world, which is all of us, all those who've lost their lives, all those who are ill with the disease, all who are frightened of getting ill with the disease, the people in their second round or second wave or so forth. You know, we see, you know, we think we've got it under control, and then something happens somewhere else, and all the first responders or the emergency workers or the medical staff or the police or everybody, you know, and all the world leaders having to make tough decisions on a day-to-day basis for the welfare of all of us. And so we, with our Dharma practice, thinking, you know, I'll engage in this for the welfare of all of us without exception. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find, and that the suffering of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to the Dharma. So I particularly, in my heart, calling to mind a young man in Sydney, Gareth Brybag, who passed away suddenly Friday a week ago. So Gareth was a student, first of all, of Ketchog Rinpoche, and from when he was 15, he had the aspiration to ordain. So he passed away aged 27, and he'd been a student of Vajrayana Institute for quite some years, and was following the advice of Geshe Samten and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave him advice, and so he followed that. He, you know, studied to the best of his capacity, diligently. When I would visit him, every surface in his house was covered with Buddha statues, and he lived in an area where there's not really known for a presence of Dharma centers and so forth. And he'd send me messages, you know, he'd send me a photo, what's this Buddha? And I said, where'd you get that, Gareth? And he said, oh, I found it in the op shop down the road. And he just sort of Buddhas came to him. Anyway, he was looking forward. I spoke to him on Thursday. He passed away Friday. Venerable Dakila spoke to him on Thursday, and Venerable Rabdrola spoke to him on Thursday. So he was very much looking forward to seeing Geshe Samten again and getting further advice for his ordination preparation. And so let's Gareth Brybag, that all your wishes come true in you know, in your next life, that you meet with the precious Mahayana virtuous friend swiftly and follow your wish for ordination swiftly in all future lifetimes. And of course, all beings, whoever we wish to call to mind specifically, as we engage in the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So pausing to think what it means for you to go for refuge, holding in mind the qualities of Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable from your gurus, same, that we have so fortunate to have met the Dharma in this life, not only to have met, but wanting to engage in the practice, in the study. And those of us, part of IMI, who've been able to accomplish our wishes for ordination at whatever level of ordination we hold. So this form of going for refuge, given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Ka Nakpa Paljol Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and afterwards providing infinite benefits for living beings. So may we too. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we can pause here to visualize as surrounding us all sentient beings, infinite like space, as much as we can, hold them in our mind with a even-mindedness, equal regard for all beings, whether they harm, help, do neither, just like a Buddha. Equal concern that they be free of the suffering. We can think of the suffering of this pandemic, the fear, the anxiety, the depression, the sense of despair, the grief, the loss, and that they attain all the realizations of the path. So holding them as if they're seated around us in human form, engaging in the practice. And then also in front, Shakyamuni Buddha or all your gurus in refuge field, arising in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha, blessing a mental continuum. Think of all the qualities of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Arya Sangha, the three rare sublime ones. What it means for you, whatever refuge, from any faith or not. But of course here, specifically Buddhist idea of refuge. And think that we're sitting in that powerful presence of the of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, 3 rare sublime ones, and the going for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, our own innate Buddha nature, our ultimate Dharmakaya, truth body, wisdom body of a Buddha, the mind of a Buddha, completely purified and having completed all that is to be perfected, all the positive qualities, having infinite compassion, wisdom, and power. And then visualizing above the crown of all these beings surrounding you on every atom of space and yourself, Arya Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, as we have here. Chenrezig Institute, Buddha of compassion, or His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Buddha of compassion, regarded as in this world system. So very fortunate to have his teachings, have his infinite compassion, altruism, and of course, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, work with compassion, die with compassion, meditate with compassion. When problems come, work on them with compassion, do everything with compassion. Out of compassion, take future rebirth. So we can think of all the qualities of the infinite altruism or the compassion of all the Buddhas arising in this form for our benefit. And as we recite some malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, you can visualize all this healing nectar and light, sort of blissful, radiant, incandescent light, like thousands of full moons, sort of in the sky, autumn full moons, really bright. And then, cooling the fires of this pandemic, cooling the afflictions of the mind that cause disease of ourselves and all the beings around us, so that as more and more nectar flows in, transforming our body into a body of healing energy and light and blissful nectar. And our mind becomes more and more calm, more and more clear, radiant, blissful. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh mani padme hum, 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 oh mani padme hum. Oh mani padme hum, 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 oh mani padme hum. Oh mani padme hum, 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 oh mani padme hum. Oh mani padme hum, 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 oh mani padme hum. So then all the bodies healed, transformed into light, clean, clear like crystal. The mind's pacified of the anxiety, the fear, the grief, the loss, all the disturbances. And then the figure of Chenrezig, in whatever form you visualize, even if it, dissolves into an orb of incandescent light above your crown and the crown of all those beings around you, and dissolves through the crown, comes to sit at the heart. It's a precious jewel, like Chenrezig holds this precious mani jewel of compassion in your heart. A precious jewel to cultivate, to grow. Not bearing to see suffering in the world. And sending out that light energy to all others around us. So holding a vast, spacious mind like that, we'll recite a few times the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth or the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So when we were saying disturbances of the four elements, I looked out to check how the elements were doing here today, since it was sunny a minute ago, actually. So we're very fortunate that here right now, it's a very pleasant here at Chenrezig Institute. Of course, yesterday was a bit of a different story. We had storms and so forth. So we're entering this period where we're affected in our part of the world by La Nina effect. So lots of, I think, lots of wet time ahead. I'm not sure about floods or cyclones. We'll find out, I'm supposing. But as His Holiness, the Dalai Lama has said many times recently, you know, we're coming to the end of this world system. And so the end of this time of destruction of a, you know, sort of the eon of the world. And not much long to go, right? And so His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche as well, you know, talked about, like when Rinpoche gave the transmission of this prayer, he also gave transmission of the other two other prayers by Thangtong Gyalpo to overcome famine and to overcome war, saying that this is what is our scenario that's playing out. There'll be famine, as His Holiness said, that there'll be, you know, increasing fire, and we see that around the world with the wildfires and the bushfires and so forth, many different countries, you know, the planet warming up and more fire. And then, as His Holiness said, Lama Zopa said, everyone at war with everybody, you know, the whole world. And then, as His Holiness said, then the end of the world with wind, and so giving us a, you know, instruction to engage in our practice powerfully and study and gain realizations, and we can maybe be in the Pure Land at the time of the destruction of the world, and see that from the Pure Land. But it gives us a sense of urgency in our practice, just as this year has given us all a sense of urgency in our practice, as we don't know, you know, when our death time will come. So we get this reminder constantly. Yeah, so dedicating all our practice from this whole prayerathon. This one on this side. No, this one. Yeah. Dedicating all our practice from this whole 24 hours, from all the sessions so far, all the prayers being offered by people of faith, or whatever faith, whatever tradition, you know, in pacifying this disease, doing whatever we can from our, you know, area, which is, you know, being able to offer our prayers and holding the welfare of all beings in our hearts. And I wanted to end the dedication, well, at least first off, with, I mentioned Gareth Brybag, who passed away suddenly and wanted to ordain, and that didn't happen this life. Got close, but didn't so far happen. Anyway, so last year, he read a poem that he had written. He said it's my simple prayer for the world. And when he read it, you know, to myself, Venerable Daki, Venerable Rabdrol, and I think some other, well, now Venerable Yeshi, I think, was there, but she wasn't Venerable Yeshi, yes, but now Venerable Yeshi. You know, so when he read it, I said, "Oh, you've been reading Shantideva, Bodhisattva's Way of Life, dedication chapter." And he said, "Oh, who's Shantideva? I don't know Shantideva." I mean, he was doing even up to the last minute, you know, many online teachings and face to face, and then online when he could do with, you know, His Holiness Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Geshe Tenzin Zopa, Geshe Samten, and other teachers. So amazing. But anyway, I'll read this because he had never heard of or read Shantideva. I'll just read part of it. May all the deaf hear, may all the blind see, may all those in mental and physical prison be set free, may all the hungry people be eternally full, may all the sad be happy, may all the dead reach high rebirth, may all the poor become rich, full of love and happiness, may all the sick be cured, may all the ignorant see clearly. May all the darkness be overcome with pure light. May all beings find peace, joy, and happiness. May all beings in danger become safe. May all those in darkness find the light. May those who feel cold find warmth. May all those who are lost find their way. Beautiful dedication, right? Chantrub Senchuk Rinpoche Makye Panam Ge Kuchik Ye Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi Gong Ne Gong Lu Pa Wa Shu. And the long life prayers for our precious lamas, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness Dalai Lama. Jik Ten Kam De Pende Mahalupa Gang Le Shung Wei Sampel Yi Jino Kadrin Sung Me Tenzin Gyatso La Sowa Debsu Tujelu Ndru Shu Tu So Shang Shin Jam Gun Gyao Wei Tenzin Gam Pao Wei Kon Zog Lu Po Se Chu Sum Ko Wei Le Mon Tu Dro Pa Da Su Du Chi Gun Du Jab Ti Shu. So that completes the prayerathon for this week. See you next week. Be well, be safe, be happy.